Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub. To party. Are you ready? Are you ready to party? Should come to Bangface Festival in the UK. That's got quite a name, doesn't it? Sorts of directions one could go with that one. Hey everybody, I need a haircut. Welcome back. It's Wednesday? Yeah? Wednesday? August 6th? You know what that means. The days are numbered. Just a few days left until my birthday. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're having a great day. I already got a few questions in the box, so we're gonna get to it right away. I'm also gonna open it up for viewer call-ins later. I'm not gonna do it right now, but we'll do it later. We might do it after the presentation, but I just want you to be aware of it and be mindful of it, and maybe if you want to like work yourself up to it, you know, go for it. You know, it will give you a heads up. We've got some stuff to do today. I've got this presentation on the psychology of greed. Why do people do it? Why are people so greedy? You know, because when I think about it, this really is one of the major contributors to a lot of suffering in the world, yeah? So I felt like it was important to talk about. So we're gonna do that. I have another project in the works, but I want to do some collaboration with this one. I want to try to connect with some other, you know, progressive or leftist content creators and maybe talk to them about this one. I'll give you a sneak peek though. We've got a big ass presentation on leftist infighting. Look at this. 16 slides. We really go into it. One of the most frustrating things for anybody who takes a progressive stance is this. Leftist infighting. It's very it's very obnoxious. In fact, it's so obnoxious, it's actually a force that actually pushes people away from progressive movements. So I felt like it's important that we talk about it, and I'm gonna reach out to some people and see if maybe somebody wants to come on and talk about their experiences with it a little bit. Somebody who, you know, exists in the leftist space. This is a good one, though. As you can see, it's not finished, but I just wanted to give you a sneak peek. Today's greed day, though. Greed. W decision. Yeah, we definitely need it. I'm excited to do that one, and I'm having to like hold myself back because I do want to speak more to it. But honestly, yeah, many of you here are probably more, you know, progressively inclined, I would say. So you've probably experienced it. Anyway, just a sneak peek. Miss Poopy had poop stuck in her hair by her butt, and I had to cut it out with scissors. So that's where I've been. That's why my opening was a little longer than normal. She's got that long hair, and normally it's fine, but just don't know what it was. She just had a clump of poop in there and it was stinking. So I tried to like wipe it out, but I'm like, no, I had no choice left. I just had to snip some of her fur. Sorry. Sorry. Hate to do it to you. But your butt is poopy and it stinks. So we gotta do something about it. I just ordered a trimmer for my cat's butt. Now see, that's a good idea. I think we have an extra trimmer around somewhere. I could make that the designated cat butt trimmer. You know, that way I don't have to use my trimmer. Because I have the trimmer I use because I cut my own hair. And, yeah, I don't want that to be the cat butt trimmer. I'm in a doctor's waiting room. My bro is seeing the doctor. I was brought along to be the GPS. You were probably also some level of emotional support. I'm not going to say whether or not your brother would be aware of that or be able to acknowledge it, but as annoying as he can be, he does at least feel safe and comfortable around you, so poop scissors. Yep, I keep mine right next to my poop knife. Alright, we've got a few questions in the box. I got that pulled up. I'm gonna pull up the we're calling thing just to have it ready. Just so that we got that ready to go. Okay. Questions. Oh, let me show you something real quick before we get into questions. I've had this tab open because I was checking these things out. These are pretty cool. They're these like cabins, and you have to put them together, but it's like a kit. Aren't these cool? They're not badly priced either. Like, I think some of the most expensive ones are like around $20,000. Like, let's look at this one. Like, this is a big one. This one's $11,000. It's got a little loft. Would love to live in those. You know, when we start the commune, compound, community, co-op, cult, whatever word you want to use for it. Yeah, these just seem pretty cool. I saw it on YouTube and I was like, oh, let me check that out. It's this Canadian company. So like this is one of the bigger ones. It's $22,000. It's got the full loft. It's got the windows. Decently sized. 184 square feet. That'll cost you $3,000 a month in New York City. You gonna let us bring our own houses? It's BYOH. If you build the equipment, or if you bring the stuff, you know, we'll help you put it together. I was looking at these because these are pretty cool. They're not very insulated. You can insulate it though. You can just add some foam insulation or some of those like panels. You can run electric to it, run water to it. But as it is, it's basically just a cabin. But it's a great kit for something to convert into like a tiny home. I imagine it's way more annoying to fit one of these for cold weather than living in a year-round warm weather. You know, don't underestimate the power of a nice wood stove. A little bit of insulation and a wood stove and you're good to go. Now, honestly, like, I've seen people do cold weather camping, and they'll have these like cold weather tents, and they'll have a wood stove that goes inside it, and they're camping and it's like 30 Celsius below zero. Just like, I want a cold weather tent, but like not that cold. Like frost forming on the walls and stuff. Yeah, you see it's got like a little stovepipe. One of my weird obsessions is the idea of a wood stove. I just think wood stoves are cool. I don't know what it is. This just activates my neurons. I can feel it. I'm just like, ooh, neat. It burns wood. Just tickling my monkey brain. And really don't really want the heat inside the winter tent. Just makes the snow melts. Liquid water is the enemy of staying warm. It's true. In some of the things I've seen though, it's so cold on the outside that there's a layer of frost that will be there, so it's like you don't get like condensation. It's just there's a layer of like ice crystals. The tent itself is warm, but the surface of the tent is so cold that like you don't get that condensation. Grew up with one. Oh, that's cool. I just think they're neat. Also, they make them all like collapsible so you can like pack them up. I just love camping equipment. Love camping equipment. Went camping not that long ago. Finally, it had been forever. And it rained both nights. It also rained in the morning when we were packing up, which sucked, but it was fine. We made it through. But sleeping in a tent while it's raining is really nice. Not very aesthetically pleasing. We can do better. A nice wood stove can actually be incredibly aesthetically pleasing. feel about this one? Maybe this is more your style? Glamping or go home? Part of what I really like about camping and like the ruggedness of it is that it makes you feel more alive. It connects you with, you know, all of your ancestors who had to, you know, do shit outside. Kind of awakens something within you. What camping? I hate pooping outside. If you go to a campsite, they'll probably have bathrooms. Some campsites have pretty decent bathrooms. They also make this thing. Hold on, I'll show you. They make this thing that's a toilet seat and you can put it on top of a bucket. This is not a fun pooping experience. Especially for me, I feel like I need something solid beneath me holding me up. Doing it on the bucket. I'd rather do it leaning against a tree. I would, if I'm being honest. This is a big wall climbing poop experience. Literally carry your shit up and down the wall for days. It's true. I don't know how they do it. Like people who go on these like massive climbs where they go up and down the mountain and it takes them like 2 days to climb up it and they have to camp like hanging from the cliff. I'm like, I'm good. I'm good on that. If you need to use a bucket, there probably isn't good enough cell signal for a good poop anyway, right? It's true. If you're out in bucket country, you're not getting cell service. So you're gonna be in and out. You're gonna be, it's just business. You're not gonna hang around on the bucket toilet. You're gonna be in and out. I've never pooped anywhere cool, TBH. Well, add it to your bucket list. Also gone on a deserted beach, which was iconic. That does sound pretty iconic. One of the best places I've found to poop if you have to poop outside is to find a fallen tree, preferably with one that has like this sort of shape to it, because then you can like sit on it and it's nature's toilet. I've also gone, like, I've had to poop outside a few times. Like, when we go down to the farm, when we, go camping, or, like, wilderness camping, or, like, desolate camping, where there's, like, no amenities, no power hookups, no water. Like, you gotta figure it out. Sometimes you just squat, sometimes you lean against something, sometimes you gotta dig a hole in the dirt. Sometimes you find a nice tree. I found that doing like a wall sit against a tree is also a decent way to do it. Like this move. Just doing that against a tree. I found that can be... What if I piss all over my feet then? Then just, you let it dry off. you let it dry off. Alrighty, enough about pooping in the woods. We've got some questions in the box. We've got some stuff to do. So let's get to it. My dad texted me saying that my TikTok reposts were hurting his feelings, which is odd because none of them were about him. Well, it sounds like he was making them about him. It's funny how people will do that, right? Like, I've done it, you've done it, we've all been there, right? Taken something that had nothing to do with us and we're like, hey, are you coming after me? It's a very human thing to do. We all have our insecurities sometimes, and I guess in some way he might have just been worried that it was about him, even if it wasn't. Either way, it kind of opens up the opportunity to have a conversation with him. I reposted some basic psychology regarding enmeshment relationships. So kind of like, okay, a very enmeshed relationship. And he sent it to me stating that it was hurtful. If this is a if the shoe fits then wear it moment. This is a moment that invites conversation and discussion and mutual understanding. Like, oh no, Dad, you got nothing to worry about. That wasn't about you. Tell me, why did you think it was? I would just try to invite a conversation to be open and talk about it. But like, oh yeah, no, it wasn't about you or anything. I was just, just a topic I found interesting. Why? Did you find it relatable? Just try to tie it back to like, it's just something human, something that happens, This isn't some sort of personal attack. This can be an opportunity for mutual understanding. I'm not sure who submitted this question, but if it is who I think it is, then it makes a lot of sense. But if it isn't, then... Is it who I think it is? Okay, it is. Well, then it makes total sense. Your dad feels bad, and he doesn't really have the emotional literacy to convey his feelings to you, it sounds like. Because he cares about you, he loves you. He's just not sure how to make it right. And he feels hurt. You know, he probably feels bad that, you know, you've got into this, you know, nonsense with, you know, having to deal with how they were when you lived with them. So he's probably dealing with his own, like, feelings of regret and remorse, but I would just try to frame this positively. Take this as an opportunity for growth and understanding. You guys can still have a great relationship, just at a safe distance. That's it. Just wait until you have him out to visit. Could you imagine how frustrated your mom would get if you invited just him out? You know, he feels bad. He feels bad, you know, about how things went, and he's probably dealing with some things that he regrets about maybe some things that he has done or said. Just based on, you know, what you've said before, it sounds like he wasn't really the problem in living at your parents' house. It's like, it was mostly your mom. It's like he's got to deal with her every day, so, you know. I kind of feel bad for him. I feel empathy for another man. This is new for me. Maybe you could have him out to visit sometime once you get settled in. Or maybe whenever you go and, like, pick up your stuff, because you said you were going to drive back out there and pick up some stuff, maybe you could, like, go to lunch with him or something. I don't know. I mean, he's watching your TikToks, so clearly he cares about you. It's called tail slapping, and I've seen it in a fishing pond. All right, let's see what. All right, let's take a look at this. Okay. Oh, some beaver behavior. Okay, let's check this out. Mike's videos of beavers. Thanks, Mike.
He'll drown it. He'll take them under. And they're obviously super strong.
This is the quietest video I've ever seen. Okay. I wonder why they do it. Maybe it's to get some momentum. Could, like, do a dive or something? I'm curious. Oh no, not... Oh no. Dad's been following the TikToks and he flew too close to the sun. It's to warn and evade predators. Yeah. Okay. Do it to alarm. go to the rodentinquirer.com. A warning shot before diving for cover. Makes sense. You know, maybe you could repost a TikTok about you repost a TikTok that's like glazing dads or something. Repost a pro dad TikTok. Also, I'm having some guilt for unintentionally hurting his feelings. How do I navigate this? You know, I think that the way through this is by coming together and talking about it, because you probably are both dealing with feelings of guilt for unintentionally hurting the other. So this is an opportunity to come closer. This is an opportunity to, you know, tell each other how much you mean to the other one. You know, that guilt hurts and it's uncomfortable, but that's because it's trying to motivate you to do something. And what it's motivating you to try to do is to make it right. You know, replace it with love. You know, we've all had moments of stress in our lives where we haven't really quite been ourselves. You know, maybe you were a little bit short, maybe you were a little bit snappy, maybe you were a little bit impatient or rude or dismissive or whatever. We've all been there, right? If you're gonna sit here and tell me you haven't, I'm gonna sit here and tell you I don't believe you. Oh no, not me. I have always been perfect. Very inhuman of you. But no, we've all been there. It's about recognizing it, it's about owning it, and, you know, holding yourself accountable for it so that you can grow and learn and do better. But don't fall into the trap that many people fall into, where you get stuck in that guilt, and then it festers into shame, and then it just becomes a part of your identity, and it's something that you have to live around. And that sucks, so don't do it. You work through it, you make it right. We try to deny and displace and avoid those types of feelings because they hurt. But in doing so, we're just setting ourselves up for more and more hurt down the road. Because everything we think and do and say has to be centered around avoiding that pain. I can't go to this place, I can't talk to this person, I can't think about this thing. Because it would hurt. The thing about accountability is that once you actually start to open up to it more and you start to, you know, it feels good. It feels like growth. And you can learn to love that feeling. It doesn't have to hurt. You're like, damn, you know what? That was my bad. Didn't mean to say it that way. You know, I apologize if I've hurt your feelings. Feels good. Feels good to let go of that guilt. It feels good to be forgiven. It does feel good to be forgiven, doesn't it? That's why they create whole religions around that concept. Hey, did you know that there's a God? And did you know that he'll forgive you if you just worship him? Yeah, that's it. That's all you gotta do. Sign me up, brother. People crave forgiveness so bad that they will dedicate their lives to a belief system because it offers them the promise of forgiveness. I think we're better served by starting off by learning how to forgive yourself for being human, doing things that humans do. You've seen what we've been up to. You've seen all of the wacky shenanigans and utter nonsense that we're capable of. So forgive yourself for being human. You didn't know any better. Like, damn it, why couldn't I have been more than human? Sorry, just doesn't work that way. It's the hardware you're working with, buddy. Same hardware we've been running since the Ice Age. Anyway, if you believe that people can grow and change and do better, then don't exempt yourself from your own forgiveness and compassion. Right? People will be doing that, though. I've seen it happen too many times. People will be like, yeah, I do believe that people can grow and change and do better, and I believe that people can, deserving of forgiveness. But not me, though. Oh no, not me. I'm too bad. I'm too awful. I've done too much messed up stuff. And realistically, what they've done, isn't even all that bad, honestly. It's like, oh no, you used to make fun of your sister. Oh no, you didn't show up to Thanksgiving that one year. Oh no, you didn't call your friend back? How could you? You're such a terrible person. Honestly, just get over yourself. Just don't exempt yourself from growth and healing and forgiveness. Ice Age is pretty recent. Our thinking is probably even older. Oh no, absolutely. The styles of thinking that we adhere to are ancient. You see similar thought processes in all sorts of life forms. We've got parts of our brains that are resembling of lizard brains. So it goes back millions of years. What I meant by Ice Age is that was around the time when the human brain reached its current state. We're still operating on the same, that's when our brain, if you went back in time and you found a person in the Ice Age, a baby, just laying there on the ice, nobody's around to claim it, because we're not going back in time to steal a baby, because that's kind of messed up. But let's say you go back in time. It's the Ice Age. There's a little baby there, and he's about to get run over by a mammoth or eaten by a saber-toothed tiger. And you grab the baby and you hop back in your time machine and you end up back in the current day. You could raise that child like a modern child, and it would be pretty much indistinguishable from a modern child. There might be a few things that are a little bit different, some genetic markers that have kind of fallen away over the past few thousand years, but for all intents and purposes, it'd be the same as you and me. The reason why it hasn't had to change much, because you might be thinking, well, why hasn't it changed? Why hasn't? That's just the true power of our brain. We're still unlocking the full potential of what our brains can do. A person who lived in the Ice Age, it's like they used their brain, but, just to accomplish the survival tasks that were necessary. And then slowly over the span of millennia, we're now at the point where we're like, hey, let's trick rocks into thinking for us. Kind of cool. Perhaps a little extra on the brow ridge. It's true, they might have a little bit more up here on the brow ridge. They might have more body hair or something because, they lived in the Ice Age and they probably had more body hair. Stuff like that. just specific things that are suited to survival in the climate that they grew up in. You see that nowadays. Like, there are people who can, go on free dives like hundreds of feet into the water, and it's, or people who live like in the Arctic Circle or at the top of mountains or in the deserts. It's cool to see how people can be so diverse and so adaptable. Really neat. I don't know why they keep sneaking these songs with. Yeah, actually, I know why it happens. Probably just people trying to plug other musicians. They're like, hey, I'll put you on my lo-fi playlist. Like, I don't want lyrics on my lo-fi playlist. There's a few of those songs mixed in there. Like, this is the playlist I've been playing from, DMCA Free Lo-Fi. It's got over 500 songs in it, but it's got like a small handful that are like, why is this in here? Some random like song with lyrics. I'm like, I don't want to listen to this. Like, why is this here? It always throws me for a loop. Brain Domain, I'm wondering, how can I be my true self, my true weird self, when most people are at another frequency than me? Oh, by finding people who are a similar or complementary flavor of weird. That's how you know you've found your people. Like me, I can get along with just about anybody unless they're insistent on making me an enemy for some reason. It's like, you'll find people like that. And it's always kind of uncomfortable when it happens. You're like, what did I do? You'll find people who are just angry, they have a chip on their shoulder, and they don't know how to make friends, and so they'll always kind of be hostile. Life is about finding people that you really resonate with. And it's not about being the exact same flavor of weird, it's about being a complementary flavor of weird. Like parsley and oregano, or peanut butter and jelly. You want to find something that isn't the exact same as you. If you're peanut butter, you don't need more peanut butter. Well, more peanut butter is never a bad thing, but you also want a little bit of jelly. And you want some nice bread to hold it all together. I feel weird/strange. Most people around me seem to fit the norm. There is no norm. They're all acting, by the way. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. In case you didn't know, they're all acting. All of them are sitting there wondering to themselves, like, I hope I fit in. I hope I don't stand out. I hope I don't look weird. We have this intense pressure within us to fit in socially because a lot of it actually goes back to like biology and evolution. If we didn't fit in, historically speaking, for a majority of our existence as a species, if we did not fit into the group, we would probably die. Literally. That's why we feel that immense pressure to fit in, to belong. Because it's literally life or death as far as our brain is concerned. It's 1500 BC, and you're getting kicked out of the village? Uh-oh. Have fun out there on your own. Hope the wolves don't catch you. Better climb up in the tree. So anyway, this is why we feel that pressure, and everyone feels it, because it's in our DNA. Why do I feel like I don't belong? It feels like my kind of people must live somewhere else. I feel like an alien who can't find her alien friends. You know what? You would be surprised just who's out there when you start looking. A person that meshes with you is probably what, like 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000 even? Even if it's 1 in 1,000, do you live in a town with thousands of people? If you live in a town of 20,000 people, that's 20 people who would theoretically match your frequency. Or at least be on a comparable flavor of weird. I'm the raunchy rancher regardless of frequency. See, there's the Woodler. He's one of my oldest friends, and we hit it off immediately because we were very complementary flavors of weird. Well, I find some people who don't fit the norm sometimes, but I don't connect with them either. So what you're experiencing there is other people who are, unique in their own way, but they're still like not really your thing. Like they might be more on the fringe, but they're still like just not really what you're looking for. And that's okay. Because not everybody has to be for us. Not everybody has to be the type of person that we'd want to hang out with. Struggled to connect with anyone. Feels like I'm trapped inside my brain. What type of friend are you looking for? What is it that you're looking for in a relationship with another person? Offer that to yourself. And you'll find exactly who you're looking for. Are you looking for somebody who's understanding and patient and compassionate and fun? Be that person. Be the love that you seek. And then, me personally, I'm open to the idea of the laws of attraction. If you radiate that type of energy, other people will connect with it. People will want to be your friend. Because you will stand out from all the phonies. It's very Catcher in the Rye of me. All these phonies out here. Remind yourself that you are somebody who is deserving of genuine human connection, just like anybody else. Sometimes when we feel like we're on the outside looking in, we disqualify ourselves. Everybody else gets it, everybody else is normal, I'm the only one who's like this, I'm the only one who feels this way. I can guarantee you are not. That's a good thing. So what are you interested in? If you want to make friends, meet new people, what are you interested in? Gravitate towards those places. Also, a real cheat code for making good friends, go volunteer somewhere. Go volunteer at like a food bank or an animal shelter or, something. A great cheat code for meeting good people. They're volunteering. They're taking their free time to give back to the community. They're probably a pretty good person. They're probably pretty friendly. Sometimes you have to narrow the market that you're looking in. You're probably not going to meet very many friends at the grocery store because everybody goes to the grocery store. If you're into working out, you might be able to meet friends at the gym because people who like to work out go to the gym. If you like dogs, you'll probably meet somebody who likes dogs if you volunteer at the dog shelter. So go to places that center around things that you enjoy, your hobbies, your interests. You will naturally meet people there who have similar hobbies and interests. And then just get to know them and decide if you want to take this acquaintanceship to the next level of friendship. Yoga, meditation classes. True. You want to meet some really grounded and in tune people? Yeah, there you go. Or you can hang out here. Everybody who hangs out here is pretty cool. Maybe I'm biased. Of course I'm biased. That doesn't mean it's not true. Great friends. We're all such great friends here. You know, Sabi, I rewatched Midsummer yesterday. Have you ever seen this movie? It's like a psychological horror film, like thriller type, set in Swedish countryside. It's pretty freaky. But it's definitely worth watching at least once. Also, it's got some of the worst men imaginable, so you'll love it. Did it remind you of me or what? No, it's just the fact that it took place in Sweden, is all. No, the men in that movie are terrible. Swedish men? No, actually, they're American men who are visiting Sweden. But they're all awful. It's like, oh my god. They're so well written because they're so bad. They're so unlikable. But honestly, there are some great examples in that movie of people misusing therapy speak. And so it's actually, you know, it's a pretty good example of like how people can be very like gaslighting and manipulative and, you know. It's also, yeah, you're right. It's also a great representation of what it's like to be tripping on mushrooms. There's all these scenes where like there's just very subtle changes, like people's eyes will be like, or like the plants will be breathing. It's so cool. It's so well done. I notice new things every time I watch the film. Never met an American man? Well, you know, I just want to let you know that if you compare them to me, they will disappoint you. When Danny and the Swedish chick are just mumbling gibberish, but the scene makes you think they actually understand each other. It's kind of like, well, that's a very cool little moment that happens when they're like both tripping and they're both like just kind of speaking in gibberish and they can somehow understand each other, or it implies that they understand each other. That's kind of like just what babies and toddlers will do sometimes. Or even think about how full-grown adults will communicate with sighs and grunts and noises. You know, like I don't have to use words. I could just be like, nah. Some good representation of a covert narcissist? Absolutely. The boyfriend in that movie is such a covert narcissist. Yeah, it's a great example of what one looks like. He's so dislikable. What's triggering TBH? It's exposure therapy. Alrighty, we got some more questions. Let's check it out. Hi, Papa. 1 year ago, I wrote in after a bad blackout. I had completely torn the ligament in my left thumb. To this day, I do not know how. I still cannot remember many parts of that night. I wrote in afraid I was overreacting by going to my first AA meeting, and you said only the bartender would think that. I am relieved and proud to report I celebrated 1 year sober with my group home. Let's fucking go! That's a W. God, we've been stacking up W's this week. It's a good week. It's a good week. Just been stacking them. So many beautiful and amazing people I met over this year came to support, and all day it felt like the biggest birthday I ever had in 36 years. I'm now, with the help of my therapist, starting to work on inner child work and trauma that I thought I worked on with a past therapist, but was not necessarily trauma-informed, though he did help me to go no contact with my abusive narcissistic mother. Just a quick point that I want to make. Sometimes you go to therapy at one point in your life and it's like, okay, I've gotten to the core of the issue, but it's not really the core of the issue. It's kind of just the outer layers of the onion. And then maybe you feel all right for a while. You know, maybe you feel like that was it. I took care of it. I did the thing. And then you continue to grow and you continue to learn and you continue to think about it and you develop a new perspective around it and you understand it more deeply and you realize this has more nuance than I originally took into account. Maybe there is more to this. And that's okay. That's often how healing works. You know, you're just removing all of these layers so that the light within you can shine more brightly. Hate trauma onions? True. Nobody likes a trauma onion. And so it sounds like the therapy work you did in the past was still really important, and it kind of helped to set you on the path to where you are now ready to go back or to go in deeply and to do the work that needs to be done. And that's good. That's good. That's often how therapy works. You know, like if you were to come into a therapist's office and you've never done therapy before and you've never, you know, you're just still kind of, you know, you have your own misgivings and, you know, you're not sure what this is going to look like. You know, I'm not going to sit down with somebody and be like, hey, let's do some inner child work. Like, that takes a certain level of understanding and preparedness and, you know, you get there. It's something you kind of work up to because inner child work is like the work. Like, you're looking at your oldest wounds so that you could do some of the deepest healing. And that's something that you kind of have to work up to. You know, if you were to start somebody off doing that, they would be like, nuh-uh, no, that hurts too much. I can't do that. No, I'm good. You know, maybe I'll just go back to not thinking about it. You build up to it. That's where all of that work leads you to. That deep healing. So that's good. This is exciting, you know? There's a lot of joy and peace that awaits you on the other side of that healing. I'm not gonna say it's not gonna hurt. I'm not gonna say it's not gonna have moments where it feels difficult. But that's how you know you're moving in the right direction. When it comes to like working on yourself, you start to learn that when I encounter pain, that means I'm headed in the right direction. Because that psychological pain is me protecting myself from thinking about or feeling whatever that thing is. You know, pain is kind of the barbed wire that exists around whatever it is that I'm trying to process. And so it keeps me back, it keeps me away. what you learn is that when you encounter psychological pain, that means you are face to face with your resistance. It means you're headed in the right direction. It means you're doing work. It's like feeling sore after a workout. That's how you know you did something. I wish it was easy and I wish it didn't hurt, but fortunately it doesn't work that way. Wish it did. The reality is I wasn't sober through that work. I continued to use alcohol as a crutch and I was never honest about my drinking. I'm looking forward to it, and my therapist basically wants my inner child to connect with now sober me. That's a good point. Like, you want to introduce yourself as an adult to that version of you that's buried deep within your psyche. The aspect of you that is young and innocent and, joyful. That's the part that you're connecting with, and you don't want to show up drunk. If you're arranging for a meeting with your inner child, we want to show up as our best selves. I'm nervous, but know it is needed. No real questions, I guess, but maybe any advice you would have would be helpful for this work. Thank you. It's going to make you feel very emotional. And that's okay. That means you're headed in the right direction. If it makes you feel sad, if it makes you feel frustrated, if it makes you want to cry, follow that feeling. You're gonna sense it, you're gonna want to resist it, you're gonna want to turn away from it. Go through it. That's how you heal it. You don't have to do it all at once. You can do this. You can do this in segments. You can do this as a recurring thing. You can make this a part of your daily practice to just take some time for introspection. Don't look at this as something that's going to be like one and done. This is going to be something that you will continue to work on. As you continue to grow, you continue to feel better. That's what it's all about. It's not about being perfect. It's about feeling good and getting better. That's the stuff I really had to deal with on my own for most of my 20s. In my experience, your 20s is kind of the time period where you learn how to cope with whatever is bothering you. And then beyond that, when you start to get into like your 30s and beyond, like that's when you really start to heal from it in a major way. You're able to develop a new perspective on it. You're able to let things go. You're able to, just make sure that you're taking the best care of yourself because you're not stuck in, survival mode, not just trying desperately to cope. So I think it's a huge disservice to people to make them feel like they have to have it all together when they're in their 20s, because life just doesn't really play out like that. Doesn't mean that it was all bad. I had a lot of fun in my 20s, but I wouldn't want to go through. I don't think I would want to go through them again. My 30s have been much more enjoyable. Is it possible we could if we had better upbringing? Sure, but is that a question that we really need to ponder beyond that? Because the thing about what ifs is that it's just asking unanswerable questions. We can't go back and change those things. It's like, sure, if my parents were great and I had a bunch of money and I had opportunities and connections, like, yeah, things would have been awesome for me. Yeah, definitely. Without a doubt. could have also made you a bit of a spoiled prick. That could happen too. See, because the thing is, you never know. You could have had all the connections, all the opportunities, all of the love that you look for, but it could have made you a little brat. It could have made you very spoiled, very entitled. Who knows? And so that's why we don't want to go back and dwell on those types of questions. Who could I have been if things had been different? Could have been somebody totally different. Could have been somebody I just don't really like. The question is, what do I want to do with what I've got going on for me right now? What am I doing today? Questioner, we'll be rooting for you. We'll be rooting for you. I need to update my presentation on inner child work. That one's one of the... I haven't talked about it in a long time. It's kind of dated, I think. I need to touch up on it. Either way, it's really important to do. It's really important to do. You know, even if you didn't have like a difficult childhood, like maybe your childhood was, for all intents and purposes, pretty good. Children are very impressionable. And as our minds are developing, sometimes we will cling to stuff that we don't really need to cling to, but we end up holding on to it all the way into adulthood. And so it's nice to, you know, look inwards and revisit those things. You know, like maybe you hated a food when you were a kid and you never tried it again, and now it's 30 years later and you still think like, yeah, I hate broccoli. It's disgusting. Haven't eaten it since I was 3. Like, you could have changed. You know, maybe that old belief doesn't serve you anymore. Maybe you would actually love broccoli now. I loved my 20s. Yeah, the 20s were fun. The 20s were fun, but they were also, like, some of the most fun, but some of the most stressful days of my life, without a doubt. You've done several recent presentations, specifically the narcissism-related ones, that I feel would be beneficial to my daughter. But I'm a little hesitant to get her involved in my little happy place here because I would probably be concerned about saying things in front of family for all those reasons. It's your child? Well, just so you know, even if you were to tell your child about the brain domain, they probably wouldn't want to check it out or try it because you think it's cool. If I know children, the second you tell them that you think something is cool, they're probably gonna be like, oh, okay, good for you. Who knows, they could like it. They could. We could. We appeal to all sorts of ages, but sometimes... I should have said my 32-year-old nurse child. Ah, okay. Ah, so they're, okay. They're a little bit older. Okay. What kind of selfish jerk does this make me? Any thoughts? Probably will watch some of the content with her and see if she's interested and may end up here either way. You know, maybe this could bring you two closer together. You know, isn't that what it's all about? There's nothing we like more here than a little bit of family bonding. That's sort of been the theme. You know, if you think it would be beneficial to her, then don't keep it to yourself. It's natural to want to keep a close guard on the things that make us feel safe and comfortable, but in doing so, we're really closing off our heart. And what we want to do is open our heart up. what you'll come to find is that your relationship with your children changes when they're adults. You know, the dynamic of like parent and child becomes different. You know, you're able to speak to one another as adults. You know, the power differential fades away, and you're able to speak more as peers rather than, you know, somebody's in authority and somebody's not in authority. I had a bit of an epiphany while listening to you now, though. I think I'm afraid of being exposed as a fraud. I carry ideas from the presentations to our conversations and sound like I really am on top of things. I think I'm afraid to be exposed as a bullshitter, not nearly as emotionally matured as I make myself sound. The fact that you are even able to put that into words and admit that tells me that that's not the case. You don't need to be ashamed for learning things and applying your knowledge. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. You're not a fraud, you're learning. You read a book and something inspires you within the book, and then you go and you quote it to somebody else and they're like, oh yeah, that's a really cool idea. I've never heard of things like that before. That really is a good way to put it. And you'd be like, yeah, I think so too. I read it in this book. You should check it out sometime. I really liked it. Humans have this interesting obsession, I guess is the word for it. This interesting obsession with being the first one to think an idea. We feel like we discredit it if we weren't the one to come up with it. We're like, dang, I wish I had thought of that. It's like, well, now you're thinking of it. You didn't have to be the first one to come up with it. That's okay. Most of the ideas that I'm putting out here, I'm not even the first one to come up with those ideas. You know, I try to put in some of my own individual ideas when I can, but from all intents and purposes, a lot of it's been covered already. I've always wondered about that. Yeah, isn't it kind of squirrel brain a little bit? Like, or you know what it kind of reminds me of? Like hanging out with like a little kid. You know, like wanting that credit and recognition. It's something that we just don't ever really grow out of. Anyway, you don't have to invalidate yourself to that degree, because in doing so, you would be missing sight of what's actually going on. You're learning, you're growing, you're sharing that knowledge. Those are all good things. You don't have to reinvent the hat to put on your thinking cap. Wow, I love it. I love it. Well said. I feel like a lot of information that we put out here is, you know, it's stuff that is important to learn, and it doesn't matter so much where you hear it from. Relationship is, we own a house together. I went through my father's self-termination 15 years ago, so we have a tight-knit relationship. You know, I think this could be something that could help to bring you closer and maybe even foster some healing and deeper levels of understanding and appreciation for one another. Presentations along with IRL therapy are helping me feel very grounded. You're doing all the hard work. Love prezzies. We've got one today. We're not doing it yet because we've got a couple questions more in the box. A couple more questions to get through. This is our presentation for today. We're going to talk about human greed. And I also have another presentation that's in the works. You can see it's not finished yet. It's very long. I want to collaborate with some more like leftist content creators and see if they would be willing to come on and talk with me about this topic. And so this is a work in progress, but this one's shaping up to be something really good. Not the leftists, I know, right? I'm one of them. The infighting within that space is one of the most annoying things about being in that space. And so that's why I feel like it's really important to talk about it and understand it. I recently found out my friend believes in the idea of universal thought, and if you don't jump on those good ideas, someone else will steal it from you. That's a weird way to look at it. No, I'm not trying to call your friend weird. I should say that's an interesting way to look at it. You know, you could look at thought in such a way that any possible idea already exists within you. You would just have to be able to tap into it. Like maybe you would have to improve your knowledge in a certain area or, develop a new framework, but all of the answers are already within you. That's one way to look at it. The way that I look at it is if somebody else came up with the idea first and executed on that idea and they did all the hard work, good for them. I didn't need to be the one to do it. I didn't need to be the one to put my name on it or make money off of it. I can enjoy the fruits of their labor. It leaves me with more free time. You tell the difference between trauma responses and actual personality traits. Good question. Let's think. Well, just to kind of define the difference, trauma responses are something that you learn, because of a trauma that you've endured, and a personality trait can also be something that you learn, based on the environment that you were brought up in, your role models, the behaviors that were given to you as an example. The thing about trauma is that it kind of does have a way of entangling with a person's identity, with a person's personality, right? That's why trauma can be so tricky to properly heal from, is because it finds a way to ingrain itself within your concept of who you are. So how do you tell the difference? It's kind of tricky. You kind of have to have an understanding for trauma responses. You kind of have to have an understanding for how a person's personality forms. That being said, in general, a trauma response is probably causing a person discomfort and stress. It's probably something that they would like to be able to let go of. And so that's one way that you might be able to distinguish between the two. Or maybe they can clearly identify the history. You know, like this only started happening after the accident. Whereas with personality traits, the person might be more or less unbothered by them if it's just who they are as a person. It's just part of their personality. They might not think all that much about it. They might just think this is just how it goes. This is just who I am. Deal with it. That's not always the case. Sometimes people have personality traits that they recognize are harmful or toxic, and they want to grow from that, and they want to learn, and they want to do better. And so their personality can shift. But either way, the two have a lot more in common than we might initially understand. The more closely you look at both of these things, trauma responses and personality traits, you see that there's a lot of similarities. You know, I'll give you an example. Let's say that you had a parent and their primary form of communicating with you whenever they were angry was yelling. And so you learned from them, when you're angry, you yell. That's just what you do. The line between personality trait and trauma response is very thin. How traumatic was getting yelled at for you? How much did that make you feel afraid? How much did that make you feel stressed? You know, how much pressure did that put on you? Do you still find yourself feeling like you're still in that moment? Do you find yourself reliving it? That's when you start to look at it as trauma rather than just something that happened. It kind of just comes down to the level of stress that it puts on the person that is exhibiting those behaviors. And that can be kind of tricky to draw the line, so it just depends on the individual. Which is more traumatic, quiet emotional abuse or loud yelling? The answer to that is subjective because it depends on who's experiencing it. You know, you can't really weigh out trauma to that degree, but I would say in general, whenever it's like cold and quiet and detached, that tends to mess people up more than being yelled at. Like, being yelled at can still mess people up, don't get me wrong, but the coldness and like the manipulation and like that can like mess people up on a whole other level. Because the thing about like yelling is it's almost predictable. Like, they yell, they scream, they, you know, stomp their feet around. It's like, it's more predictable. Whereas the quiet coldness, the detachment, it's like, that can be more insidious almost. It can manifest in different ways. You know, it's like, yeah, it can really mess you up. Because it's just not really predictable. It fucks with your head. You know, let me give you two examples. Let's say that you are supposed to go to a friend's birthday party. Let's say you're supposed to go to a friend's birthday party, but you forgot to do your chores or something. You know, you forgot to, something not that big of a deal, but your parent is mad at you about it. And so option one is your parent yells at you and they say, why can't you ever get anything done? You think you're going to that party? Nice try. You know, then they So they respond with anger and yelling. It's like, okay, understandable. Yelling and anger, that's pretty easy to understand. I did this thing happen, I did this, and they're angry about it. Option 2, the more cold, quiet form of abuse would be, all right, let's get in the car. And then you drive all the way to the party, and then you're about to get out of the car, and your parent says, what are you doing? Well, I'm getting out of the car. I'm going to go to my party. It's my friend's birthday party. We're at their house. Oh, no, you're not going. You think you're going to the party after what you did? They just completely flip it on you. They're like, huh? What? Then you drive back home. They do the whole thing just to like prove a point and to like make you feel a sense of like remorse and guilt and shame over whatever happened. Yeah, you forgot to do the dishes. So this is where you would be if you would remember to do the dishes. So maybe you'll remember that next time. Like, wouldn't that fuck with you more? Yeah, so like loud emotional outbursts of anger are scary, but they're often more predictable. Whereas the cold, quiet stuff, it's like, ooh, that can be downright spooky. So then my question to that is, how would someone unlearn to stop trying to predict that sort of switch up? By reminding yourself that not everyone you meet is your parent. You understand that as a child, I sort of developed an understanding of what people are like and how people are going to treat me, and I base that off of the people that I had the most experience with. In most cases, that is your parents, your caregivers, maybe your siblings, extended family. You learn how people will treat you based on what you're exposed to at a young age, and so you approach it rationally. You have to kind of break it down, do some reframing, do some affirmation. You do a little bit of that cognitive restructuring. Unravel it, you unpack it, and then you figure out what you want to do with it. A lot of times people go to therapy because of other people's decisions, and the other people don't even realize they had that effect. And the person in therapy does a lot of work while the perpetrator does nothing. How do you bring up a conversation of suggesting they go to therapy? By telling them how great it was for you. The best way to sell somebody on the idea of therapy is to just talk about how great it was. Talk about how much improvement you've made. Talk about how helpful it was. That's all you gotta do. They'll figure it out. If they want to go, they'll go. You're just trying to sell them on the idea. Like you're talking about this new restaurant that opened up. Oh yeah, it was so good. Oh yeah, I loved it. It was wonderful. Changed my life, actually. People can get very defensive and shut down when you suggest that maybe they should go to therapy. And so we're just going to avoid doing that altogether, and we're just going to speak praises to the therapeutic process. Like, you know what? I had my reservations at first. Like, I didn't think it was going to do anything, or I just wasn't really sure. And you know what? I took the jump. I gave it a try. And you know what? It really worked. It really changed my life. I'm so glad I did it. That's what you do. You just make it sound like a good idea. If they do decide to go, they're going to want to feel like it was their idea to go. But if you suggest to them that they go, they won't like that because then it's your idea. Kind of like what we were talking about earlier. We like to think that whatever we come up with is our idea. So allow them to be in that position to make that choice for themselves and just, reiterate some of the positives of going to therapy. This also helps to normalize therapy and destigmatize it. There's a lot of misconceptions and confusion around therapy. Therapy helped me realize how much you need therapy. What about that? Going to therapy can help you to realize that most people would benefit from it. The best way to open up somebody to the idea of going to therapy is to just talk about how much you enjoyed it. And then let them make that decision for themselves. I don't have a question today, just wanted to share that I found a new musical artist. Elohim? 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 This weekend, and her songs made me think of the community here. A lot of her songs are about her own struggles with anxiety, panic attacks, disassociation. I found it really cathartic. I'd recommend her songs TVs and Acts Insecure, She Talks Too Much. Her music is electro-pop, but if that's not your vibe, her album Reimagined, Live at Hollywood Forever with piano and 4-string quartet is great as well. Now that sounds... piano and 4-string quartet. I'm like, ooh, ritzy. Too hot to lose everything, it will be fine. Now you're sounding like me. We have the same mantra. In case anybody's interested, here's a link to the album's playlist on YouTube. I'm gonna post it to the Discord and I'll check it out later. That was my comment. It was really sad that she ended up having to drop out of her international tour a couple years ago and go into rehab for benzo addiction. Fucking benzos. God. Fucking benzos, man. Fucking benzos, man. I have a problem with benzos. Not in that way. Not in that way. I have an issue with the drugs conceptually. Benzos are nasty business. They are a nervous system suppressant. They literally just turn down your ability to feel. And I understand that there's a time and a place where that would be helpful. You know, like maybe you're going through something overwhelmingly stressful or something devastating, you know, and you need some sleep or you need some peace of mind. It's like, okay, I get it. There's a time and a place for that. But the way that they'll just be handing these out to people, you got people taking them every day, multiple times a day. It's not good. It is not good. The problem with a nervous system suppressant is that when it wears off, what does your nervous system do? Kind of like when you come down from an opiate high and your body is screaming at you. Like, oh no, all the pain, it's still there. Oh my god, it's still there. Oh quick, I need to do something. I need to medicate. And then you don't feel it again, and then you're just continuing to delay it, and every time it comes back, it's more painful. So, benzo addiction is no joke. I don't want to do an entire topic where I talk about benzo addiction, you know, like what it does to your body, why it's so addictive, why, you know, so habit forming. Looks like the withdrawal symptoms can be extreme. They are. It's comparable to withdrawing off of like alcohol. You know, it often requires a medically supervised detox. Like, it's no joke. Much like alcohol, you know, alcohol and benzos do have a lot in common. Not chemically, but like as far as what they do to you mentally. It's just delaying the pain. It's just delaying the inevitable. And when you continue to delay it, you continue to avoid it, it just continues to pile up. It just accrues interest. And so then when you're finally in a position where it's like, I don't have it, or I'm trying to come off of it, it's like, there's nothing holding all that pain back anymore. It's very overwhelming. So yeah, don't put yourself in that position. I firmly believe that these types of medications are best suited for emergency use only. You know? If you're using them for your anxiety every single day, you're without a doubt going to develop not only a dependency, but a tolerance. And so you're going to have to continue to take more. And then it's just going to be more and more difficult to finally wean off of them. Won't someone think of the pharmaceutical shareholders? I'm thinking of them right now, and my thoughts are redacted. Speaking of, we're going to be talking about them soon in our presentation where we go over the psychology of greed. Today, I decided to work from home because I woke up late, didn't have any meetings, and felt like I didn't need to go into the office. I'm annoyed that I don't have work or little work. I don't know if I should be doing more or less. I feel bad that I lied saying I was sick and worked from home. Any thoughts on this? thoughts are you're too good for this world. Those are my thoughts for this. You're too good. Nothing wrong with taking a day. It's not even like you're fully taking a day. It's not even like you're playing hooky and going to the zoo. You're still working just from home. I think we are obliged to report this to your employer. Yeah, we're gonna narc on you. We're gonna let them know that you're actually playing hooky, watching Brain Domain during work. Just kidding. I love it when you watch me at work. It doesn't sound like you're missing anything critical, and it doesn't sound like you're really putting anybody else out by not being there, so I'm not sure why we would need to feel all that bad about it. Although I will just admit that I come from a biased standpoint of, you know, fuck work. That's kind of my outlook on life. Not that I'm anti-work, I'm just anti-working for other people to profit off of your labor. That's what I'm anti. I always feel like when it comes to work, I always have to work hard and whatever every day, but I don't know. Dean, good enough is good enough. If you're not getting a raise, if you're not getting rewarded, you know, for that extra time and effort and energy, it's like, save that energy for yourself. Put that passion and that drive and that energy into your passions and your hobbies. You know, that's when the real you gets to come out, not when you're grinding away at work for somebody else's benefit. Work hard in things that feel satisfying to work hard at. When it comes to your job, work just hard enough. Work as hard as they're paying you to work. I wish I knew what my work passions were. A mystery to solve. Where should we begin trying to look for clues? Hey, hope the lawsuit is going well, not weighing you guys down. You know, we've got legal representation, you know, so things are covered from that end, so, you know. Not gonna let a millionaire try to bully me. You're being sued too. Got so much in common. Can't let them harsh our vibe. It's true. It's true. It's true. You know, if you try to live your life in such a way that you are capitulating to some of the most miserable, insufferable people, like, you're just gonna be miserable yourself. Like, there's no making them happy, so there's no sense in bending the knee to them. Anyway, what a transition. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. We're going to do the presentation. While the presentation is going, I'm going to open up for call-ins. So if you decide that you do want to call in, you can join the queue, and then we'll start doing calls after the presentation. So it'll be open, followers only. And we're going to do it audio only. Alright, so if you want to call in, you can join the queue, and then we'll do that after the presentation. What is this sorcery? It's the stream together feature that they added on Twitch, where you can hop in and do like video and voice and pop in on the stream. So we're going to use that feature to allow people to call in, should they choose to do so. It's not always easy getting people to call in, so we'll see. We'll see if anybody wants to. If not, not a big deal. If we hop in voice chat, I hope it's because we're playing Helldivers. I've been meaning to go back and play some Helldivers. I haven't played it in like a year. Coming out with a 2. That's the one we're talking about, is Helldivers 2. Let me make sure I have it down. Queued. Yeah, see, last played March 2024. Oh my god, it's been forever. Playtime 62 hours. I did put some hours in. I'm sorry, Heck Divers 2. Aw, shucks. Alright, everybody. This presentation's all about human greed. I wanted to put this together because human greed, it's very frustrating. It's the cause of a lot of suffering in the world. And I kind of wanted to explore some of the reasons why it happens, how it's harmful. You know, so here we go. The call-in feature restricted to one-on-one? Can you do three-way? I think so. I think you can add multiple people in. I think it can host up to like 6 people maybe at a time. I don't know. Greed. What do we mean by when we say greed? Is it possible for billionaires to be greedy? I would say it's a prerequisite. It's a requirement. Greed. An intense and selfish desire for something. Usually wealth, power, or status. There are other things that we could be greedy for, but usually it's one of those things. Unlike basic desire, which is normal and healthy, greed is compulsive and never satisfied. It just feeds on that pursuit of more, more, more. It's never enough. It's never enough. I have questions and statements already. Fire away. The thing about greed is that it often overrides empathy, ethics, and a sense of contentment. When we operate under a position of greed, we have a hard time being empathetic for others. We don't really care how other people are or how they're doing because it's all about me. Also, I don't really care how I get there or what I need to do to make that happen. So ethics go out the window. And the irony of all of this is that I am throwing away my ability to finally feel content. Heard that the new Starbucks CEO netted $94 million for his first 4 months of work. Wow, I'm sure he worked so hard for that, right? I'm sure he worked really, really hard. Like, what do you think he did? What do you think he did to earn all that money? Like, he must have been out there picking the fucking coffee beans himself, right? Like, because that's an essential part of the business structure, so I'm sure that he was doing the hardest work, right? Was he out there picking the beans? I don't know how to be happy. You're learning. Do you want to be happy? Neighbors, 18 days sober. W. Trying to find a change in lifestyle. Dean. Do you like books? If you're looking for something to read, you might get a kick out of the book that we did for the book club. I just finished it the other day. You might find it enlightening. I really enjoyed it. Do we have any book clubbers in here? Where are my book clubbers? There are some of them. Maybe. I don't know if they're here right now. I promise to join the next one. It's not too late to join this one, is the thing, because the book's not all that long. The book's only like 100-something pages. Also, the audiobook is included on Spotify if you have Spotify Premium. Said I was going to start reading it, but have not done so. It's not too late. Which book? The Untethered Soul. Audiobook is like 6 hours, pretty easy to get through. I'd just like to listen to it while I'm doing other stuff. Things around the house, mowing the yard, shopping for groceries. It's a nice listen. It's not that long. I also have a PDF. Got a PDF right here. Wow, look at that. Look at that. The ebook version. Oh my god. Tried listening to the audiobook, but it seemed like I wanted to be more interactive and take notes, which is nice. I found that it's nice to like, I listened to it a few times. Like, I listened to like, there are a few chapters, like, I would go back through them just to like revisit them and be like, yeah, that's what I did. This one is so good, it has helped me tremendously. I'm almost done. Nice. Is there a thing for it in Discord? Yep, it's the book club channel. I really want a Kindle. I need to get a new one because my old one died. I had like an old Kindle. It was like one of the first generations of Kindle, and it finally gave out. So seeking desire of more strips you of your contentment. Is contentment similar to being comfortable, or more so the lack of anxiety? I think those two are pretty related, right? Like being truly comfortable and also being free of worry. But we can also have things that we are worried about, but we know that it's okay to set them down because there's nothing I can do about them right now. Like maybe that's just something that I'm going to have to wait until later to do. Like maybe I'm going to have to get around to that tomorrow or later in the week. And so that doesn't mean that I can't be comfortable right now in the meantime. I don't need to stay, all twisted up and worried about it all the way up to that point. To me, contentment is all about being happy with what you have. As long as you're able to be happy with what you've got, then you don't need greed. You don't need greed because you already have it all. For many people, it typically starts as an ambition. I don't think that people necessarily start off as greedy little goblins. I think that it's kind of something that they grow into. It kind of morphs into this obsession. You find yourself in this place where having enough never truly feels like enough. Greed replaces appreciation with fixation. It makes people feel like they're always behind, no matter how much they have. Oh, my neighbor got a new car? Well, great. I got a car last year, and now my neighbor's got a new fancy car, and now I feel like an idiot because they've got a better car than me. So I need to do something to make up for that. So I'm going to get a new roof. I'm going to redo my windows. That'll show him. I got the PDF and audiobook. Nice. The audiobook's good. I really like it. The narrator's not bad. He's got a nice chill voice and it's an easy listen. I've found myself like going back and revisiting some of the chapters. And it kind of like builds up as it goes. So if you feel like it's kind of starting slow and it's kind of feels more obvious to you, that's okay. Like just don't worry, like by the time you get to like part 2, which is like chapter 5, it's like it really picks up. Alright, so that's what greed is. That's how we're going to define it today. So let's talk about evolution for a moment. Before I begin, I want to take a moment to just speak about evolutionary psychology. Evolutionary psychology is viewed as controversial at best. Evolutionary psychology can make sense for a lot of things. There are evolutionary drives within us, biological drives within us, and these become reflected in our psychology. And that's okay. But the problem with evolutionary psychology is that people take it and run with it, and then they use it to disenfranchise people, they use it to promote eugenics, they use it, for all the wrong reasons. They use it to perpetuate like gender norms and, patriarchal virtues and that kind of shit. And so it's problematic. But there are aspects of it that are meaningful. And so that's what we're after today, is we're going to take a more meaningful look at an evolutionary perspective. But I just wanted to bring that up because evolutionary psychology is typically, quite controversial because people take it and they apply it to all sorts of like just ill-meaning, just messed up takes that nobody wants to see. Oh my god, my last therapist was big on evolutionary psychology. I understand the importance of evolutionary psychology, but I don't think it's that important that we need to be like all stoked about it, I'm a bit confused how greedy people desire things in the first place if they're so disconnected from the value of things. Since nothing satisfies them, I assume they don't even understand their own worth, much less the value of the things they seek to control. It's just a banana, Michael. What could it cost? $20? Talk about some of the biological evolutionary reasons behind greed, because this works. Looking at greed through this lens works. There are a lot of things that people will apply evolutionary psychology to that just you shouldn't. And so let's take a look. In early human history, hoarding resources was a survival tactic. It worked in your favor. If you're trying to survive out in the wilderness, having more resources was a benefit to you. It would be better to have too much firewood, too much food stashed away, too much clean water. It would be better to have more than enough than not enough. And so, in some ways, this is a reflection of how greed manifests today, and why we're never satisfied with what we have is because it's a survival tactic. Since things were scarce, stockpiling things was a rational strategy. Food, tools, resources. It made sense. It helped us survive. As a result, our brains evolved to favor over-preparation. And this is something that used to help us survive in unpredictable environments. In modern times, this instinct remains. Even though most of us live with consistent access to food, shelter, safety, the instinct is still there. Well, what if I need more? And sometimes you'll see it manifesting in people. Like maybe you had food scarcity growing up. Maybe you are familiar with hunger. Maybe, and then as a result, you tend to stockpile more food as an adult. Like toilet paper during COVID. It's a good example. Actually, a poopy example. Now, I did not understand the whole toilet paper thing. I'm like, I don't know if it's just me, but like, if there's no toilet paper, like, I'll find something else to use. Like, I'll figure it out. Like, don't worry about me. Like, I'll be okay. Like, I don't need toilet paper that badly to where I need to stockpile, like... the 18 months of insulin in my fridge. If you ever do find yourself with an abundance, it could hypothetically, I'm not telling you to give insulin to people, but hypothetically, if there was somebody who didn't have insulin, it would be nice. I don't know how that works, though. Take none of what I say seriously. None of it. Throw it all out. I don't know why toilet paper. It's really interesting. A lot of people are just afraid of a poopy butt. This instinct kicks in for me when we start a new Minecraft world and I automate the first farm we make, right? I'll have more resources than I'll ever need. My favorite thing to do whenever I would play on a Minecraft server is I would create this automatic chicken farm. And it would end up making so many chickens that it would like lag and crash the server. So many chickens. They nerfed that kind of farm. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Instead of accumulating for survival, which is why we do it, we now accumulate for status, validation, and a sense of control. Which it might make sense because some people, that is survival to them. Like, if I don't have the status, if I don't have the validation, if I don't have the control, then I'm not surviving. I'm failing. I'm, you know. So what once protected us now leads many people to overconsume, overwork, and overextend themselves. So this doesn't explain all instances of greed, but it does explain why we're kind of wired for it. It helps us to survive. You know, if I have more acorns stashed away for the winter, I have a better chance of making it than the squirrel who doesn't have very many acorns. So that's it for evolutionary. Let's talk about the psychological drivers of greed. Let's talk about some of the underlying things that might be going on within the head of a person who acts from a position of greed. Let's take a look at what's possibly going on under their hood. Insecurity is a big one. When a person feels unsafe or inadequate, they might turn to greed as a way to build up that sense of control. Like, oh yeah, I'm doing great at life. Look at all this stuff I've got. Look at this big pile of stuff. So for many people, it gives them that feeling of security that they're looking for. Or maybe they're afraid of loss, or maybe they're afraid of being irrelevant. You know, maybe they're perpetuated by the desire to stay ahead, to stay seen, or to avoid falling behind. And so they strive endlessly. Gotta stay on that grind, bruh. Gotta stay on that grind, bruh. Rise and shine, it's grind o'clock. Gotta stack that paper. Another psychological driver for greed is a low sense of self-worth. Maybe money can fill this hole within me. I've got this black hole inside of me. Maybe I can fill it with money. Maybe I can fill it with success. Does that work? Not really. I had a pair of 2019 heels in 2022 and a girl made a comment and it made me feel sad. How dare you wear a pair of shoes for 3 years? What were you thinking? How could you even do such a thing? Wearing an outfit more than once? Wearing shoes? Despicable. A lot of people try to accumulate things in order to fill that hole within them. Some are motivated by social comparison. Instead of focusing on needs, people measure their worth based on what others have. Oh, my neighbor just got a new boat. I need to get a new boat. My neighbor got a pool. I need to get a pool. You got a bigger grill. I need a bigger grill. These points are quickly stacking up to make the desire for status very understandable, right? And the irony of it is, the people who always come across as the most cool are the people who don't care about these types of things. Like, they can smell it on you that you're trying too hard. The paradox. The sooner you let go, the sooner you can have it all. Another psychological driver for greed, and this is an interesting one, identity fusion. This is when people fuse their personal identity with their achievements. You know, the grades, the awards, the titles, whatever. They believe that their value is tied to how much they own, how much they produce, how much they've accomplished. All of the sweet deals that they've made. And so what you see here is that for many people, greed is actually a coping mechanism. It's a way that they're able to self-soothe. It's a way that they're able to assert their own importance. So this is kind of what's going on under the hood of a person who's driven by greed. Being greedy, you know, outwardly might appear like these people are doing well, but realistically, you know, underneath, There's a lot of internal conflict. So let's take a closer look inside the mind of a greedy person. They tend to operate from this scarcity-based worldview. You know, they tend to look at things as a zero-sum game. If I don't take it, somebody else will. So I better get it. I better grab it up. I better snatch it. They often operate under these beliefs that I work harder than other people. I deserve more. They're reinforcing entitlement. They're reinforcing competition. They also get caught on what we call the hedonic treadmill. Once I get this one thing, then I'll finally be happy. And then that moment of happiness is fleeting at best. And so it's just on to the next thing. If you find yourself in this position, that you're waiting for your happiness until after you get that one thing, then are you really seeking happiness? Who's to say you can't be happy while you wait for that thing to happen? Say, would greed be considered an addiction? It kind of is, isn't it? You know, it's very compulsive. It's very, it's very controlling. Greed reframes selfish behavior as strategy or necessity. You know, I've gotta make that money. So, if we have to lay off the people, if we have to, let those people go, or if we have to outsource those jobs, that's just strategy. Everybody else is doing it. We got to get with the program. What you've probably noticed is that greed makes everything shitty. Always trying to do more with less and to lower their costs and maximize their profits. Hence, in shitification. Greedy people also tend to look at life through the lens of winners and losers. You can't be successful unless there's a loser, because you're the winner. And so it makes people very competitive. Lastly, emotional detachment and moral flexibility become normalized, all in the pursuit of gain. I can't feel anything about this. This is just business. This is just business. My sub alerts was frozen. I had to refresh it. Gavin XR, thank you for subscribing. It's been a minute, so that's my bad. My feed didn't update. And then Dirt or Bust, you subscribed a couple hours ago, but thank you for the 5 months. It's about time I got around to it. My little my feed was frozen. I had to refresh it. There we go. Alrighty. Well, business is unethical. As they say, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. It's about trying to be as ethical as possible. It's about trying to do right by others, you know. Funny how that first bullet point is exactly the thing I mentioned about universal thought, right? Like that thing that your friend was talking about, like, if I don't come up with the idea first, somebody else is going to take it. That's fine. Let them have it. Let them do what they want with it. Also, guess what? There's room enough where you can also play around with that idea. You know, we don't live in just a Coca-Cola world. There's also Pepsi and all those other sodas. You know, you don't have to be the first one to an idea in order to execute on that idea. Just do it your own way. Do it in a way that feels meaningful to you. You know, suit it to your tastes. Casey broke down and went to the dispensary because her chat erupted in drama. You see what they put her through? They wanted her to do that. They wanted her to fail. Let's talk about what greed really feels like. If you're actually operating under a greedy mindset, you know, you're seeking things to be better and you're seeking the accumulation of things, but you're never really happy. And so this is what greed actually feels like, this constant craving for more. And it's also paired with this fear of losing what you've already gained. It's a very uncomfortable place to be in. I need more, but I'm also terrified of losing what I have. Because if I lose all those things, that's what I've built my whole identity around. This is how I get my self-worth. This is how I have, you know, a sense of relevance and control and accomplishment. Of course I'm successful. Look at all the stuff I have. It also bleeds out into your other relationships. Since they're so accustomed to operating from this position of emotional disconnection, relationships feel more like transactions than genuine connections. When you're viewing people as competitors, or you think that the world is a zero-sum game, then everything becomes transactional. Makes you feel very disconnected, very disingenuous. Even though people act in greed as a means to secure happiness, the irony is that satisfaction quickly fades. Let's say they reach that milestone, they acquire something significant, they get the bigger house, they get the bigger car, they get what, because they are wired for more. They don't know how to enjoy what they already have. Another side effect is that it's harder to feel gratitude. You're so focused on the acquisition that you don't have appreciation. And as a result, you often feel anxious and agitated. So as you can see, being in a greedy state of mind is very uncomfortable. Like, sure, it might make you money, but at what cost? It's a very stressful way to live. Most people who are driven by greed end up feeling very lonely, very misunderstood, disconnected. You know, they may appear successful on the outside, but they feel empty on the inside. You know, how hard is it to make friends? You know, you are always going to question, like, do they hang out with me because they actually like me? Or do they just hang out with me because I've got money? You know, or maybe you just have enough money to buy your own social media platform so that it's a very lonely place to be. You're always second guessing people. You're always looking at people as competition. You're always wondering what they're trying to get out of you because you're always thinking about what can I get out of them. Greed does not deliver peace. It delivers pressure. And that pressure grinds away at you. So, as you can see here, the people who do act in greed, even though outwardly they might appear successful, they might appear as if they're doing so well, just remember that on the inside, they have all these things. They don't even know how to enjoy them. It's ironic, it's wasteful, it's kind of funny. You probably attract some other greedy people. Absolutely. When you're a greedy person, who are you hanging out with? Other greedy people. Price of greed. Greed doesn't just cost the person that practices it, because it does make them a miserable person. It also has consequences that ripple out into the rest of society. It also affects their own interpersonal relationships. People who are greedy struggle to form trusting, authentic relationships. And this is because the people that they are interacting with often end up feeling used, undervalued, or expendable. Think about somebody who's like a social climber. They will act friendly, but it's just a means to an end. It's like they're hanging out with you because they're actually trying to hang out with this other person that's, in a similar circle. Social climbing is actually an interesting manifestation of this greedy impulse. And it just leads you to have these very inauthentic, disconnected, transactional relationships, and it sucks. Like going through life feeling like you can't be close to anybody, feeling like you're in competition with everyone, it's miserable. You're always on guard, you're always, it's no way to live. Like, sure, maybe you got a nice house, maybe you got a nice car, maybe you got a big pool, but you don't know how to enjoy it. Oops. Over time, there's an emotional toll. Greed is pressure, and that pressure leads to chronic stress, burnout, emotional fatigue. You see a lot of people who are relatively well off, relatively successful, and they have to turn to addiction or other vices. You see a lot of people, gambling, drinking, using drugs. It has an undoubtable emotional toll because you're seeking happiness, but that happiness doesn't last, and so it's frustrating and it's stressful and it just continues to get worse. Outside of the individual, there's also a social fallout as the result of greed. Thanks to greed, we have systemic inequality, we have eroded community values, we have entire cultures that are distrustful, competitive, and disconnected. Walla Walla brings up an interesting point. Um, when you are constantly seeking, when you're a very greedy person and you are just perpetually dissatisfied with what you have, it leads you into more and more extreme outlets to try to satisfy those feelings. And so as a result, some of the most affluential, wealthy people in the world are doing some really fucked up stuff because that's where greed gets you. Does competitiveness fall under greed? Competitiveness is an aspect of greed, but it's, healthy competition is good. We want there to be healthy competition because that drives innovation, it drives improvement, but we don't want to view everyone we meet as our competitor. That's the difference. When you're a greedy person, everybody's a competitor. Because if you don't go out there and make that money, they're going to make that money before you can make that money, so you better get on it and you better do it before they do. Looking deeper, there's even a spiritual and existential cost to greed. And that's because a life that's centered around accumulation lacks deeper meaning. People may find themselves waking up one day and asking themselves, what was all that for? A lot of people have these realizations, and for many of them, it's not until they're visited by a series of ghosts on Christmas Eve. They have their Christmas Carol moment. They find themselves old. They find themselves sick. They find themselves, nearing the end of their life and faced with their own mortality. And then they start asking themselves those hard questions finally. What was all this for? I've worked my entire life and I've accumulated all of this wealth, but I'm still miserable. So what was that all about? Well, that just means that you should have learned to like what you have. That's the key. If you don't know how to like what you already have, then no amount of accumulation is going to give you satisfaction. Because you're always going to need more. It's always going to be fleeting. Let's take a moment to distinguish between greed and healthy ambition. Because as we talked about, a little bit of competition, a little bit of ambition, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Healthy ambition is driven by growth and purpose and self-improvement. I'm going to get out there, I'm going to work hard, I'm going to do what I need to do, and I'm doing it because it's helping me to learn and grow and be who I really am. It can be collaborative, it can be inspiring. Greed, on the other hand, it's driven by insecurity and fear and control. And so instead of being collaborative and inspiring, it isolates people and it erodes empathy. Ambition builds systems, relationships, and ideas. Greed hoards resources, closes doors. Ambition builds, greed hoards. Ambition is something that's in line with your values and your goals, whereas greed often overrides or ignores values entirely. Ambition is, I want to go out and I want to work hard and I want to accumulate resources so that I can do more. I want to help people. I want this to grow. I want this to get bigger so that I can do more good in the world. And I'm going to continue to work hard. I'm not going to compromise my values or my virtues. Whereas greed, on the other hand, it's like, I got no time for values and virtues. I feel like the saddest part about greed is that we, humanity, have the resources, the grit, and the wherewithal to lift everyone up. The greed of a few is absolutely preventing us from advancing as a species. 100%. 100%. Another aspect to this that we didn't really touch on, but this is important. Some people need to feel that sense of superiority. They need to feel like I am somebody and you aren't somebody, because then by comparison, I am a winner and you are a loser. I guess we kind of did talk about it. It's that zero-sum game mindset. There can only be a winner and a loser. And I'm gonna be a winner, therefore there has to be a loser. We can all be winners, but then for them it doesn't feel good because, well, if we're all winners, then how am I special? The key difference between ambition and greed lies in intention and balance. Ambition asks, how can I grow and give? Greed asks, how can I take and protect? How can I hoard? We break the cycle of greed. First off, it starts by practicing gratitude. If you want to let go of greed, you need to reflect regularly on what you have and appreciate its value. So let's just take a moment and practice some gratitude. This is a good thing to do even if you're not a greedy person. Maybe you're sad, maybe you're feeling disconnected, maybe you're feeling isolated. Practicing gratitude is a good thing to do no matter who you are, and I would encourage you to try to do it every day. It helps to put your mind in a place of joy. So, what is something that you are grateful for? Health, that's a good one. I'm grateful for some sense of financial independence. Hell yeah, brother. Alright, what else? I want to hear what people are grateful for. Let's do it. What are you grateful for? What is something that exists in this world or within you that you are happy that it exists? Your determination, your dog, food in the fridge, friends, loved ones, opportunities. My comfy bed? Hell yeah, partner. Genuinely grateful I got to 40, still in one piece. That's a good example because you can look at that more closely, and what you'll discover is that there are more things that go into that, and that allows you for more gratitude. So you can start off with, I'm grateful I've made it as far as I have, and then when you go deeper into that feeling, you start to uncover all of the things that made that possible. Those are all things that you can be grateful for, and your gratitude grows. Cat's always a good choice. Like so many people will say, what got me there was luck. You know, luck could play a part, and I'm sure it did because it has a way of doing that. But there's also aspects to it of like being in the right place at the right time. Like, who helped that to happen, you know? Like, who was it that helped you to build the motivation to get up and do things instead of just laying around and wallowing? The deeper you dig for gratitude, the more that you will find. You will find that there is an abundance of it. You just need to open up to it. Practicing gratitude is one of the best ways to strengthen your mind's connection with the joy centers of your brain. So if you want to find, more joy and satisfaction on the day-to-day, practice gratitude. Grateful for my partner being so supportive and kind. I'm grateful for how cute that was. I'm grateful for all of the people who answered my question. I'm grateful for all of you for sharing these things. I'm grateful for the community that we've built. I'm grateful for all of the work we do. I'm grateful for the opportunity. I like to think that I'm driven more by ambition. We kind of talked about the difference between ambition and greed. I want more because I want to do more. I want to help more people. And having access to more resources would allow me to do that. Not for my own hedonistic gain. Like, I don't need a fancy new car. I don't need a bigger TV. I don't need all of that stuff. I just want to help as many people as possible. In order to break the cycle of greed, you have to challenge the belief that more is inherently better. What you'll notice is that even if you're not like a financially greedy person, what you might notice is that squirrel brain likes to sometimes be a little greedy gremlin. You might notice that squirrel brain likes to be a little greedy gremlin, Gotta hoard away the acorns. And so, even if you aren't a person that's primarily driven by greed, you can still find these types of practices to be helpful to be a more grounded and balanced person. Consider how much is truly enough. Right now I'm talking about Right now I'm thinking about going through my closet. Like, do I need all of these old shirts that no longer fit me? Probably not. I should go through them, but I don't feel like it. I should do it anyway, though. Consider how much is truly enough. Especially if it's something you have a bunch of. I wondered this often when it comes to housing. You know, what a lot of people come to find is that the older they get, the more they realize that I don't need all that much. I just need my needs met. I just need a roof over my head. I need to be able to control the temperature to be comfortable. I need food and water and electricity. Everything else is just a bonus. And many of those things are actually just distractions. You know, if you have a big house and a big yard, that's just more to upkeep, that's more to clean, that's more to look after. Me, my hoarding side. See, that is an interesting manifestation of that squirrel brain energy. You know, maybe we're not a greedy person. Maybe we're actually a very kind and compassionate person. We might still have those instincts, though, remember? Because that's what we were talking about. This is an instinctual drive. You need to make sure you have enough nuts stashed away for the winter. We're biologically programmed to accumulate because it increases our chances of survival. And what ends up happening is we have too many shoe boxes. We have too many iPhone boxes that we don't want to throw away. We have outdated wardrobes. Or we have nasty food sitting at the back of the fridge. It's important to learn how to connect with people through shared experiences rather than shared status. Like, oh, you got money and power and influence? Oh, I've got money and power and influence too. Isn't it so great to have money and power and influence? Like, look how great we both are. I don't know about you, but I'm not really into dick measuring contests. I still hoard used vape cartridges? Well, I know what you're doing today. I know what your homework is. It's nicotine hijacking your squirrel brain. You have a squirrel and you got him addicted to cigarettes. You got a squirrel addicted to tobacco. Uh-oh. We hang on to all of the used vape cartridges because somewhere deep down we worry that if I were to lose my ability to acquire new vape cartridges, I would have a stockpile that I could use. The addiction to nicotine has placed itself high on your priority list. Not the vaping squirrel. I'm just glad that Newton never got into vaping. I would just be so upset. In order to push back against these types of drives, we need to build up our internal sense of worth and detach ourselves from this external sense of worth. You can do this through therapy, journaling, meditation. You want to try to uncover those emotional roots of insecurity. Like, oh yeah, when I was in the 5th grade, this guy made fun of my shoes because I had the knockoff shoes. He had the real brand shoes, and he made me feel goofy because I didn't have the good shoes. And so I sure showed him, now I've got enough money to buy whatever shoes I want. The water is out at my work again today. Time to leave a big fat dump and not flush it. Try to reframe success around impact, meaning, and connection, rather than accumulation. And this is something that I really wish more people would take into consideration, because there are so many people out there who are just about, the bottom line, what's the quarterly revenue, are we going to make the shareholders happy? We need infinite growth. Infinite growth within a finite system. That's greed for you. Infinite growth within a finite system. Nature has a word for that. It's cancer. They admitted it was their dump, and guess who? It was your boss? Wow, what a power play. Took a big stinky dump at the office and it wasn't able to be flushed because the water was out, and then they own it? Wow. Now you should do it, and then you can be like, well, I learned from the best. Hashtag girl boss. What can I say? I learned from the best. Ultimately, we want to try to focus on contribution. We want to ask, what can I give to the world, instead of what can I get from it? These are just some of the changes that I would like to see. Because if you're not aware, greed is really messing us up as a species. This is just completely out of control. People are suffering and dying, and, there's just so much disparity and inequality, and it's all perpetuated by greed. So the sooner we're able to get this out of our system, the better we'll all be. All right, let's wrap this one up. Greed. It's not simply a character flaw. It often emerges from emotional scarcity, trauma, or insecurity. It can be a survival mechanism. Chasing more is a distraction from healing, and presence, and mindfulness, and authentic connection. You're always focusing on what's next. What do I do now? What can I do to get ahead? What can I do to make the line go up? You're so focused on the growth that you're missing the entire point. Just be present, be authentic, be here now. The irony of greed is that the people who have the most may also feel the most empty. True fulfillment comes not from taking more, but from experiencing enough. Being able to find that point where you're like, you know what? I'm good. And I'm good with that. Good enough is good enough. A meaningful life is built on purpose. It's built on healthy relationships, and it's built on peace, not just our possessions. What a Buddhist would tell you is that the things that you own you. You get a brand new fancy car, well, now you have to worry about scratching it or denting it or having something happen to it. You get a fancy new house with all sorts of stuff inside, and you have to worry now about people coming in and taking it from you. The things you own you. Human beings so desperately need attachment that we will settle for attachment to objects instead of attachment to people. So I'll just leave you with a question. What if you believed that you already were enough exactly as you are? Does your mind resist this idea? Does your mind try to fight back against you when you propose this idea that I am good enough as I am right now? Would you be mad at a seed for not being a full tree? Would you be mad at a kitten for not being a full-sized cat? Would you be mad at a puppy for not being a guard dog? Of course not. You recognize that you have growth and you have direction and you have purpose. It doesn't matter where I'm at because I'm right where I'm supposed to be. I'm feeling good and I'm getting better. So I ask you again, what's stopping you? What is in the way? What sort of resistance are you encountering? If it feels like opening up to this belief would feel good, then continue to pursue it. There's this really great chapter in the book that we read for the book club, and it's all about the path of unconditional happiness. Anybody who's gotten that far in the book or who has read that chapter, I found it especially interesting. I kind of want to do a presentation on the topic. There are a few presentation ideas I have in mind that are centered around some of the topics we went over in that book. One of them was the art of unconditional happiness. Something that's important to mention is that even if you're not a greedy, selfish person, you might still operate under some of the same insecurities that a greedy person does. They just are manifested differently. Just as a greedy person operates under the fear that they're not good enough and that they need to do more in order to feel good about themselves, we might struggle with some of those same concepts. We just express them differently. It's not about the pursuit of happiness. It's about the happiness of pursuit. If I'm waiting to believe that I'm good enough, I'm never going to get there. Because there's always going to be something more. There's always going to be something else I can add. There's always going to be some sort of flaw or misspeaking or, some little error, some little bump that's going to throw me off from that. And so if I'm ever going to believe that I am good enough, I have to be able to believe that I am good enough in this moment. Doesn't mean that I don't have room for improvement. It doesn't mean that I can't grow. It doesn't mean that things can't get better. But right now, I am enough. Try something. Just repeat after me, either internally or you can say it out loud or you can type it in chat, whatever. I just want to introduce this idea to you and I want you to try it on for size and I want you to see how it makes you feel to bring this thought up within you. In this moment, I am good enough, exactly how I am. How does it feel? When you start to bring up these ideas within you, you might start to notice that resistance. You might start to notice all of those things that make you believe that you aren't good enough. Those things don't disqualify you from being good enough. Those are just your areas for growth. Those things don't devalue you. Those are just areas of improvement. I am good enough, and I'm getting better. Try that one on for size and see how that one makes you feel. I am good enough, and I am getting better. And went straight to delusions again. I feel like that's an important bit of insight that you're finding about yourself. You're so detached from the idea of feeling good about yourself that your brain automatically qualifies it as, no, this is just delusional nonsense. Isn't that eye-opening? Isn't that something meaningful to be aware of so that you can work to detach yourself from it? Feeling good about yourself has nothing to do with being perfect. And if you're holding on to this idea that I will only be happy with myself whenever all of my conditions are met, then I hate to break it to you, but that is you waiting for perfection, and perfection is impossible. So either you recognize that you are good enough as you are in this moment, realize that that's the only way there is to be. Who else could I be except for me? In my experience, that's right where you want to be. That feeling of, I feel good, and I'm getting better. When you continue to open up to this mindset, what you'll realize is that all of those old fears and worries are things that you've outgrown. You recognize that they no longer serve you and that you no longer wish to have them control you. And so you're able to let them go. Anything you don't need, you can let go of. Either way, I'm gonna make you feel better about yourself, or I'm gonna die trying, so for both our sake, don't make me wait that long. Dr. Mario Master with the 5 gifted. Thank you for the support. Put it to good use. Great presentation, thank you. It was one I had fun with, you know, just something that I felt was important to talk about. You know, we understand that greed is bad, but it's important to recognize why it happens, how damaging it is, what it really feels like, how frustrating and hollow it is. And maybe also just recognize some of the ways in which we can perhaps be a little bit greedy. Maybe we're not greedy for power and influence and finances. Maybe we're greedy for, you know, maybe we're greedy for other things. Maybe we're greedy for validation. Maybe we're greedy for, you know, food or clothing, or maybe we're greedy for recognition or praise. You know, what is it that you're starving for? I don't know how we did that presentation so peacefully. I know, that definitely could have taken a turn. I'm not sure how peacefully this presentation is gonna go whenever we do this one. Just look at this one. We really get into it. Leftist infighting. Oh boy. That one's gonna be fun. Alright, we've got another question in the box. We've got the call-ins open, so if anybody wants to call in, we've got the queue open. No pressure. Just only if you want to. Just there as an option. Big Mike unmodded himself today. Now he is free to be himself. When you're a moderator in a channel, you kind of have to hold yourself to a certain set of standards and accountability, and you kind of want to be a good role model. But, you know, when you're not a moderator, you can just be who you really want to be. Hello, the Schizophrenic Man here from yesterday. Hey, welcome back. Recap, parents thought I had a demon in me for hallucinating, arguments broke out, moved out, and cut off connection. I thought about what you said, and at first the thought of letting go of hate sounded nice. But the thought of seeing if they learned anything after all these years, and if I could rebuild a connection, sounded better. That means letting go of hate. Letting go of hate is what allows that to happen. And so I don't think this is an either-or situation. This is a both situation. You know what I mean? Like, would you be able to even do that if you had held on to all that hatred? No, probably not. You probably would have just had no interest. And I feel like letting go of hate is what allows you to take those steps into perhaps making amends, perhaps reconnecting. This morning, I called after 2 years of not hearing from them. I had expected they'd miss me, which was the case, but what I didn't expect is for them to admit their mistakes and that they went to therapy, which is very surprising. What the hell? Mr. and Mrs. Pray the Illnesses Away went to therapy? We have been stacking up so many tremendous W's this week. I don't know what I'm going to do with all of them. Chat, I've got too many W's to handle, so I'm going to need you to hold on to some of them because I'm overflowing with W's this week. We are overflowing with W's. You love to see it. I live for it. This also kind of ties into something we've talked about historically. It's like sometimes you need to, remove yourself from a situation to let people know that the way that they treat you isn't okay, so that maybe they can reflect and grow and do what they need to do to hold themselves accountable. Because if we just continue to stay enmeshed with their lives, it's like, are they motivated to grow? Are they motivated to change? No, sometimes we have to let people know, like, hey, if you're gonna treat me this way, I'm not gonna hang around. I'm gonna hang out. I'm gonna get out of here. And so it sounds like they took that and they did what they needed to do, and that's really cool. And you predicted it correctly. The schizophrenia I have was genetic. I just didn't know because they never bothered to go to a doctor to check if they're schizophrenic, so my mother is schizophrenic and my dad is bipolar, and both had delusions from it. I still don't understand how being bipolar causes delusions, but I'm not an expert. I'll explain that to you if you'd like. It'll be real quick. Whenever you are under a high amount of emotional stress, it can create delusions, it can even create hallucinations. And you see this on both ends of the emotional spectrum. When you're up really high and you're really manic, your thoughts might be racing and delusional and loosely connected, and you might be all over the place, and, it's akin to psychosis in a way. Same goes for when you're very down and depressed. The world might literally appear as more washed out, more gray. You might have these echoing thoughts in your mind telling you you're not good enough or that nobody cares. Emotional stress, psychological pain can result in delusions and hallucinations. And so it's not just something that you see specifically to psychotic disorders. My mother started taking meds, and during the phone call, she just sounded a lot less depressing than the last time I remember. It seems that they actually changed in the time I was gone. I'm still mad about what they did, and I would say I'm mad they didn't reach out, but I had them blocked everywhere, so that was my fault. And you know what? It sounds like you were just doing what you needed to do to protect yourself, and now you're opening it back up and you're reconnecting, which is good. And so maybe we can let go of some of those feelings of guilt and resentment about how things played out, and we can focus on the now, and we can focus on where we're going from here, because it sounds like a lot of changes that you were hoping would be made have been made, and that's a good thing. And so we don't want to let resentment cloud that. I'm visiting them tomorrow to catch up on what happened. This whole situation could have been avoided if I forced them to see a doctor, and that doesn't ever really work. People don't like to be forced to see a doctor. Period. If you had forced them or coerced them to go see a doctor, they might have resisted it. It might have even turned them off against seeing doctors, for all we know. It might have just made them never want to see a doctor and never want to talk about it. They had to do it out of their own choice, and it sounds like that's what they did. They did it because they decided to do it, and that's the best way to do it. But I was very young, so I don't blame myself for not knowing how to act. That's good. You recognize that I don't need to beat myself up for the stuff I did as a kid, because you were a kid. Tomorrow should be interesting. I wonder how much someone can change in 7 years. About to find out. Also, thank you for offering advice on this. You're a good man. If only they taught this in school. I agree, right? It seems more obvious to me. It's like we should teach people how to, have a conversation. Should teach people, how to resolve a conflict. How to regulate your emotions. I feel like these are all things that we should teach people how to do, but we kind of just leave people to it. Figure it out on your own. Thank you for sharing this update. Thank you for sharing this tremendous win. We're glad to hear it. I hope everything goes well. I'm glad to hear that you're reconnected. Also, same guy here. Can't forget to thank everyone in chat. Your support is very much appreciated. Chat, everybody say hey. Everybody say hi. This is your W too. We share in this W. You did that. Agreed. You did that. You did all the hard work. We were just here to cheer you on. www.www.com. What a day. What a day, what a dub. What a day, what a dub. I feel like we've reached a good, natural wrapping up point. So we'll kind of wind down here a little bit. If any more questions pop in, we'll take them, but for now we're just kind of in wind down mode. So, you know, just to wrap up and just to kind of close things out, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? Let's just check in. Did I do my job? Are you feeling empowered? Are you feeling good about yourself? Did I accomplish my mission? Feeling good, got plenty of energy to shitpost. We should be beacons of positivity. We're brain domainers, we hold ourselves to a high standard. Anyway, I hope you feel accomplished and productive today. If not, you know, maybe just a small goal might be helpful. You know, if you have a little bit of laundry to do, or if you got a shower to take, or some dishes to take care of, you know, it's a great day to do that. These goals might feel small or insignificant, but it's important to remember that even these small goals are steps in our big goals. I'm going to try to clean up a bit today in my apartment. You can start with those vape cartridges. Also, I'm excited because the water's still off, so the big boss said we could all go home. What are you still doing there? I save them in case I'm out and desperate. I think those would be a great moment to just not have it, you know? I think this is a moment where you're like, you know what? I don't know if I want nicotine to run my life to that degree. I don't know if I want to, like, you know, what I really didn't like about nicotine, and part of what I had to kind of reframe within myself in order to quit using it, was I just could not stand the feeling of being beholden to it, the anxiety that was tied into it. Like, I couldn't go anywhere without it. I had to worry if I was going to have enough. Got to make sure the thing's charged. It sucked. You're working on weaning off? Good. Good, good, good. Another little hack for you, if you're trying to quit smoking, just wait until a day that, like, you're sick. Like, a day that you probably wouldn't smoke anyway. Like, you've got the flu or you've got a cold and you're just kind of like cooped up in bed, and so you're not smoking. That's a great time to, like, just let it go, you know? I also found that paying very close attention to what I was doing exactly while I was doing it also was helpful. Like, this is a lot of time and energy dedicated to a habit that's harming me and that just makes me feel anxious. Huh. Kind of weird, huh? Quit vaping by breaking the vape. Not being able to afford a new one forced me to quit, lol. That's the way to do it. Just don't buy a new one. Just don't buy a new one. And then you have that stressful day where all you want to do is buy a new one, and then you just gotta power through that, and then you're good to go. everybody. Hope you all have a great night. Hope you all have a great night. It's been fun. I've enjoyed myself. I feel like we've stacked up quite a few W's this week, and it's only Wednesday. It's only Wednesday, and we've already stacked up so many W's, so I'm excited to see what tomorrow brings. I'm not going to do the leftist infighting presentation tomorrow, because I do want to try to collaborate with some people on it. I want to bring in some other leftists to see what they have to think about it. I might have some people take a look at it ahead of time, because I'm curious to see what your thoughts are. So if you're bored later, beefy. It's a very long presentation because it has to do with a topic that I personally find very annoying. Fighting will never end. True, but we can recognize that I don't need to play a part in it. I'll find genuine solidarity instead of performative solidarity. There's always going to be new people at the table. There's always going to be people who are wanting to bicker. That's unavoidable. But I think part of learning and growing is recognizing it, learning to appreciate nuance. Yeah, I think, and a lot, like, I don't want to get too into it because we're going to talk about it a lot when we do this presentation, so we're going to have more than enough to say about it. But it really is just exhausting, the performative, like, virtue signaling and purity testing. It's like, it's all for show. Finally walking out of work. Nice. It's water-free Wednesday. Anyway, we're not going to do that one tomorrow because, like I said, I want to possibly do some collaboration with it. So we'll see. We'll see who I can get. I'll see if Redacted wants to call in. I'll see if Redacted wants to call in and speak to it. Thinking of you reaching out to other mental health communities. Cartoon Therapy, that's my boy. There aren't that many of us, at least on Twitch. You know, there's quite a few on the internet in general, but on Twitch, there aren't that many. There are a few. Jim, I'm afraid you'll have to be more specific. But also, no, I don't. Jim the mental health. Okay, yeah, that sounds familiar. That sounds familiar. I haven't ever spoken to them, but the name sounds familiar. Alrighty. That's gonna be it for me today. We'll have another fun topic tomorrow. We'll have call-ins open tomorrow too if people want to call in. I'm gonna head out for now. I've got some stuff to do. I'm gonna go see what to make for dinner. Anyway, hope you all have a great night. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for being you. We'll see you all in the next one. Until then, don't forget to come check us out in the Discord. Come hang out. Come say hi. And as always, stay safe out there. Later, everybody. Bye-bye. Spread some love and light out into the world. When you were gone, I come into a bed, into a bag and threw it down the stairs. I got my car into a bridge. I don't care. I love it. It's my new mantra. I don't care. I love it.